Martin. We're looking at Reno. Tuesday, August 25th, I'm West Coast meteorologist Bill Martin. We're looking at Reno out in the distance right there in the center of this camera. That is near the Hawk Fire, which has grown, which is big, but has some containment now. So we'll go look at the Hawk Fire. We've got red flag warnings in parts of California again today, and even in this area, the winds are going to pick up. And we have extreme heat warnings, extreme heat advisories for Southern California, essentially south, well, Fresno south. And you've got really high humidities in that Southland. So LA, you guys have been getting crushed day after day after day of heat and high humidity. And as we know, that wears you down. It's really hard on people with pre-existing conditions. It's hard, right? There's so many vectors there. So we're keeping an eye on that. We've got Moki, which is now a tropical depression, but we do have a new hurricane out in the Pacific as well. So we'll get going with that. This is the fire zone. There's Reno. You can see it there. And I'm going to pan, kind of moving out towards, more towards the southwest. And the fire's kind of right in this area. You can kind of make out where it might have been. It's still burning, it's still smoldering, but you can see it doesn't have an active smoke plume coming off of it. We can check the size. It's 15,000 acres essentially. There is some containment on this fire. I think they got it at 27%, and they still have evacuations. It's just a, you know, it's a really burnable area, quite frankly, and there, you put a little wind on that and you got yourself some fire activity. This is interesting. This is the smoke model. Where's that smoke coming from? That's coming off the timber fire out of Big Sur, which has been burning for a while, which is, they seem to have a pretty good handle on it, but it's smoldering. It's in really remote terrain. It's, if you know Big Sur and the mountains in that region, the Lucias, it's very vertical. So this smoke plume this afternoon is forecast to move up. But you know what happens here, which is interesting? Look down here by Baja, Mexico, right here. See the smoke coming off those fires? It wraps in to the fires off the timber and move right through the Reno area, right through Granite Bay, Sacramento. So this smoke, a lot of this smoke is being transported, some of it, from Mexico. And then the rest of it, if you guys are up in Sacramento right now, even Marysville, noticing that smoke, it's being transitioned around. So a lot going on in terms of smoke. The air quality, not horrible. The smoke, especially the Mexico stuff, is pretty high up. And then you can see the fires in Washington and Oregon. Looks like something's erupted, is going to get bigger down in Texas. You can see this area of smoke pluming up. So fires out in northwestern Texas or north central Texas. This is the tropics. And what we got? There's Moki. This is Isel, which looks like it wants to become a hurricane. It's just right at a hurricane. It's like 70 miles an hour right now. And then, of course, all the tropical weather activity. These are lightning. Those clicks you hear are actual current lightning strikes, which is, it's a lot. So this is what El Nino does. It creates a lot of activity down here, and that's what we're seeing. So with that in mind, we go take a look at Moki, which is now a tropical depression, which is just dying off, but not before dropping some significant, and it's continuing to. This is wraparound outer band moisture from Moki, spinning around here and dropping nearly a foot of rain in the big island of Hawaii, a couple inches everywhere else. So it's just been kind of muggy, humid, and wet on the islands. Remember, it wasn't too long ago, less than a week, or just a little over a week ago, that another tropical storm went through here and dropped a foot, 2 feet of rain. So another foot of rain on top of that, easy. And then this is Zell, I believe we're calling it, and this is a good looking spinner for sure, but it looks like it runs into, let me see if I can pull this up. This looks like it runs into cooler waters or some kind of wind shear. So if we go to hurricane status, Zell, it tracks it. It's at 70 miles an hour right now, wind speed. Look at the track it takes. It dropped down, then it came back up. It's right now at about 70 miles an hour. Hurricane strength is 74, 75. So you're right out of category 1, but it appears to be moving into a less favorable environment. So tomorrow it's down to 46 miles an hour. And then as we go into Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, it appears to lose all of its characteristics as a tropical storm and just becomes a tropical depression. So we shall see. This is the right now satellite, and these are some high clouds coming in overhead. The general flow is this low to the north and this high pressure to the south. And right here is where all the heat is. Right in here is where all the manageable is, if that makes sense. We looked at that yesterday. So if we look at red flag warnings and things like that, high heat advisories. So let's see, how can I do this? I'll just draw, okay, I'm gonna draw on the jet stream, like this. And then I'm gonna draw in kind of a streamlines for this area. So that's a high pressure, this is a low pressure trough. And under this high is all the heat. And the dividing line literally is Big Sur, maybe yeah, just north of Fresno, where the watches and warnings stop. But this is a lot of people live under those extreme heat warnings. So in the Central Valley today, let's take Redding, which is always hot. They max out today at 97, tomorrow at 98. They 98 again on Thursday, and then by the weekend they cool off significantly. And the same with Chico. Chico's 95, then 97, then 96. So those are the temperatures moving from left to right through the week in the Central Valley. So Sacramento today, 94, 97 tomorrow, 97. It's hot. Yeah, it's hot, but it's not 103 with 52% humidity. It's fairly manageable heat, and we are not seeing the advisories. That's the National Weather Service out of Sacramento saying that. This is out of Los Angeles saying we are in it now. This is a red flag warning from 10 a.m. today to 3 p.m. on Friday. Just hot, dry, little bit of breeze here and there, and enough from San Luis Obispo to inland parts of, out towards Pyramid Lake and those areas. You're looking at extreme heat concerns for fire danger. Heat advisory in the San Joaquin Valley, we know that. Extreme heat through Friday for desert Southwest, and again through Friday. So today is Tuesday. So it's going to be a hot week ahead. And remember that pattern I showed you, trough ridge. So these are the forecast highs for today, and that line gets drawn. See it? I mean, this isn't, but that's that line. This is the heat. This is the normal. I know maybe it's astonishing to you, but it's amazing. You can look at the jet stream at 18,000 feet and go, oh yeah, this is essentially the breakdown. But you can, and that's what we're doing. We're looking at a jet stream that is pretty much divided between the heat and the cool, which is what it always does. That's what the jet stream is, right? But I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I've seen a pattern quite like this. These are the clouds. Let me get some coffee. So you guys in Southern California, drink the water, stay in the shade, take it slow. Air quality, I checked it today, not as horrendous as air quality. I'm trying to think what it looked like. Yeah, it wasn't horrible, but because you don't have a lot of that smoke's going up the Pacific and in through Big Sur and then up. We saw that. This is Mount Shasta, Eugen. These are this landslide area that we always talk about. If I pull in here, you'll see Shasta right there. So this was all a giant landslide, and it's said to be possibly the largest landslide on the planet Earth. And this whole thing, look at how it went all the way out here. That's all landslide. That you can see that, and that's this like a high percentage of this mountain just liquefied, I guess, and just took off. There's all sorts of theories on what happened, but it's not until St. Helena erupted that we understood, because I was kind of I had some geology at Cal. I was a physical geography major, but we didn't know what these were until St. Helena erupted, or St. Helens, pardon me, in Oregon, and then we saw, oh, that's a footprint of an active, massive landslide. So there's a lot of misunderstanding in terms of what really happened here, but that's the beats. Today in Redding, it's going to go 97 degrees, 95 in Sacramento. This is Kuski. Marine layers a little bit deeper. Kuski along the coast of Northern California. We'll take a look at the sounding, and you can see, let's see, we're at Right there. So there's the red-blue line very close together and very dry all the way up until you get to those clouds, which is right there. What we can do, let's, I'm going to take this down and see what that elevation is on the inversion. It looks deeper than that, 1,600 feet. So that's what we were looking at, Kuski. This is looking towards the Mount St. Helena, which is the Napa Valley, and you can see the fog and low clouds under Mount Tam, which looks again around 1,300 feet, 1,400 foot inversion, and the high clouds that we saw on the radar or the satellite. Just a beautiful day, and this is Northern California. There's the Bay Area's natural air conditioning comes in, and when that happens, even up into the Delta, into Sacramento, you stay out of the 100s. And you stay in Sacramento, you stay with today, Sacramento, 95 degrees. I said the other day, I go, Sacramento's had a pretty good run. It hasn't been that hot. And somebody says, oh, it's 100 degrees in my house. I'm like, yeah, but it's August and it's Sacramento. So 100 degrees is, in my mind, growing up, I grew up in that area, you know. 100 degrees is hot. It's hot for San Rafael. It's hot for Santa Cruz for sure, but it's for Sacramento in August. So there you go. That's the live camera there. Let's check out the sounding. We'll go the depth on that. What did we say it was? Yeah, 1,300 feet. And then you can see the two. Are you getting these yet? The soundings? Because these are useful tools, man. So there's the blue line and the red line. Blue is just temperature or humidity, right? Dew point. And then this is moisture. Let's just call it moisture. See how the moisture changes with elevation as you go up. So as we go up, the moisture decreases because it's foggy down here. It dries. Oh, and it dries as it warms. That correlation makes sense. And then you go up a little bit higher, 800 millibars, 5,000 feet, and the moisture increases. So, right, it's 5,000 feet, you get some moisture influence in. And then it dries out again. And then here, these two lines come together, and that's where you're seeing these clouds here. That's a really oversimplistic thing, but that's, when you look at these, you're looking at the cross section. It's like if you cut a steak and you're looking at the ripples in the steak, the fattiness and on the cross section, you're looking at the fattiness of the atmosphere. I know, right? That may not be my best work. This is temperature, humidity. And I want to point out here, this is Bay Area because we're in that area, but this is the Golden Gate Bridge mouth. And then here is that natural air conditioning flow. And if you look at Fairfield, which sits right in a funnel, this wind gets venturied, it's compressed, and you get, right now it's blowing sustained 20 knots at Fairfield, 15 knots near Vacaville. And that's blowing up into the Sacramento Valley. That increases humidities, cools the temperatures, and puts us where we are today and where we'll be tomorrow. So this is that area. This is Walnut Grove. And we have, what do we got going there? We can look around. That's the Central Valley, man. That's the Delta. A lot of levees out there. I think that's right. I think I could go farther than that. I think I can. There we go, yeah. And there's the river. Channeled off. We're looking towards the north right now, and we'll head on down, go a little further south. This is out by Fresno, I believe. Yeah, we're looking at Fresno. So I did something for you today. Fresno today is going to go 102 degrees. So that's that cutoff line, right? Los Angeles today's 99, Bakersfield or Santa Barbara 98, Bakersfield 102 in this area. They don't get the sea breeze, right? And what they do get, though, what we're going to get is a live camera from Fresno. Remember, my conundrum was, let's find it, because I can't find a camera. This is the Alert California. That's the best I can do. That's the pretty shot. I mean, Fresno's interesting. It's got a population of 500,000, very young population. Not the average age, but under, what is it? It's the median age is 34. That's old and young. So the guys under 18, 27% of you guys are school-age children, 27% of that town. And then age 65, my age, I'm older, 12% of the population. So the population is up roughly, well, it's up like 3% since 2020. It's a growing little city. And it's one of the California's younger large city. Again, the 5th largest city in the state. So you deserve more. But come on, man, downtown Chamber of Commerce, you guys, do me a favor. get a good camera. We'll show Fresno, because Fresno's better than this. That could be 99. I don't even know. But Fresno's better than this. This is not the shot we want. There's got to be like a park or something you can shoot me a picture. Because this is a California love letter, man. And I can't love on Fresno. Ash tree, that's the Spanish, how it got its name, because there are a bunch of ash trees along the river there. Bakersfield, like I said, buck 3 in Bakersfield today, and buck 2, 102. Air quality in the central part of the valley. Every day's different, isn't it? This is the air quality. Not too bad. That's not great, but not too bad. But it didn't look good, did it? When you look at it there, that's some smoke. I'm not even sure where that smoke came from. It's probably coming off the timber fire out of Big Sur, because there's not much south unless that Mexican smoke, if that Baja smoke is coming in. Let's take a look at the temperature, humidity, dew point. Just get those relationships set in our minds. So they go to Bakersfield. Dew point temperature, not a percentage. This is a temperature. Humidity is a percentage. The dew point temperature is 48. The temperature is 79. 20 degree spread. The moisture and the temperature, the dew point temperature are farther apart. The forecast or the actual temperature and the dew point temperature are 20 degree, 80, 30 degrees apart. So that gets you a lower RH. That's a pretty manageable RH, 34%. When 79 degrees gets down to 48 degrees, or actually now 81 degrees gets down to 48 degrees, you have condensation. You have moisture, you have 100% humidity essentially. And that's what it tells, right? That just tells you that's the temperature. Farmers use dew points a lot. It's the temperature that it's as cool in the winter if you have a crop and you have grapes in the valley. It's about as cool as the atmosphere can get, because once you get down to 48 degrees, the dew point temperature, you have condensation, and condensation starts to actually warm the atmosphere. There's some latent heat activity there. So that's how you determine freeze and frost. Okay. So anyway, what's my point? My point is we're going to go to Southern Cal. We're going to go over the Tehachapis here, and we're going to see those dew points increase quite a bit. And here we are now. This is Los Angeles Basin, and we know it well. You guys all live there. Like literally everybody lives there. It's a lot of people live there. It's a big, big city. And you've got some air quality stuff today. You've got an inversion that exists, but pretty dry. So the fog, it kind of, lines are far apart. Not a lot going on. You don't see a lot of fog here. You don't see any, really. And if we go back, let's take a look back at there. Yeah, that just looks like a little bit of fog trying to form. So we look at temperature, humidity, dew point, and you got, let's go to Los Angeles. So now this makes sense. So Los Angeles right now is 75 degrees, 68 degree dew point temperature. Oh my God, it's 7 degrees apart. That's not too much, right? So that's close. Oh, the relative humidity, which is what we're used to, which is a percentage, 78%. That's not comfortable. And down here, I was looking earlier, look at Long Beach, 73 degree temperature, 70 degree dew point. In a couple moments, you could have 70 degree fog, right? And maybe you did this morning. That is humid. Fog, 70 degrees in San Francisco, we get fog, it's 58 degrees. Same thing down here, Huntington Beach, 78% humidity, 75. These humidities are a pain. They really are. And San Diego has some it just depends where you are. If you go inland enough, you can clear the humidity, but look at these humidities. Man, there's so many numbers here, but a lot of the RHs in this zone are 80 to 90%, or not a lot, 75 to 85% are the RHs in Southern California at this hour, at this day. You go inland a little bit to Lake Elsinore, you're at 60% or 60 degree dew point, 63% RH. My rule of thumb, once you're over 55% RH in these areas, it's really not comfortable, especially in the afternoon. Depends how warm it is, though, but you get the idea. So the humidity's been coming in. We know why, right? It's just warmer ocean. The sea surface temperature in Long Beach, down in La Jolla, 73, 74, 75 degrees. Warm water creates a lot of evaporation. That evaporation gets into your air and just infiltrates that LA basin. Remember this? This guy here? I said all that comes off the water. And I was thinking of an analogy the other day, like if it wasn't air and this was water, see how that's like a dam, these coastal areas, these hills, this terrain. In that coastal plain, the water would just go until it hits the dam. Well, let's say you knock the mountains out of there. Well, the water, or the humidity, would just flush inland and disperse. But here it gets trapped like a lens. And that humidity, water, it's water. It's the same thing, right? It's all the fluid dynamics. So you've got all that warm water, 75 degrees, Newport Beach, coming and evaporating and pushing inland, and it can't really easily, because of the inversion, get over those hills. We just did a lot right there. Let's not twist our brains anymore. I hope some of this is clicking a little bit. Sometimes I try to explain things so you can visualize it. That's why I use live cameras. This is the haves and the have-nots right here. The haves? Well, that's not even right, but basically manageable. Not manageable. Right there. There's the line. Fresno. Big Sur. And watch where the trough. This 18,000 feet. Things do change around. Not much through Thursday. Not much through Friday. A little bit. I'm thinking about LA. Right? Do you see anything? I see that. That's significant. And you see a spinner off here, but there's no big indication of any big change. So these are dew point temperatures. Daniel was using these, Swain was using these the other day, and I thought that's a great tool. I never really used dew point temperatures, but just shows you where the moisture is, and we can go, let's go LA. So you can see the copious amounts. So you can see the purples correspond to the high range. And look at this. This is Southern California, so this is through time. This is through the day to day. You just see it really in those coastal areas, which makes sense. And greens are pretty moist. What's green? 58% or 58 degree. So that's what we talked about as uncomfortable, isn't it? So you can see, through the day to day, really aggressive down in Southern California. These are the areas that are trying to shed heat. So you can see the spinners. This is just the southern hemisphere, or not southern hemisphere, it's the equatorial region north, precipitable water, just showing you where the moisture is. And I don't even know what to do with that. Like I'm looking for a signature of there's a little something right here. See that spinner right here? This is on the 31st. It gets sucked into the flow. That wants to be something. The models don't do much with it other than a lot of cloud cover and increased humidity. But that would be, if you had the right dynamics, you would get something from that. But that's down the road. These are the temperatures from today. This is the Euro. What do I want to show? Oh, I just wanted to show you the break, right? That's it. And that's where that just is so happens where the ridge goes through. So it's just a really pronounced. It's funny because I'm trying to remember a time that we didn't really do these, and I didn't do this in television. I didn't have the time. So I can't remember a time really where things went down quite like this, where you had, I'm sure it's happened a bunch, but I haven't really been paying. I'll be honest, I didn't pay any attention to LA when I was Bay Area, right? Now I'm West Coast, so now I am. So I can't remember a time when it was quite like this. I'm sure there has been. This is precipitable water. The monsoonal flow, yesterday they had it turn on a little bit. This looks like some of that subtropical moisture trying to wrap in, right, from the spinners. Very active equatorial Pacific. because of El Nino. There, I said it. This is just showing you all the southern hemisphere swell continuing to push in. This is Ocean Beach. I personally, I love this shot. Why? Because I love how optimistic these guys are. This is up by Kelly's. Oh, what? I guess everybody went in. It must have updated. But it's hard to get to. It's not a good day. See how the wind's coming on shore, Ocean Beach. This is by Playland. Playland, everybody. Let me see if I can get this back. Playland at the beach. There it is. It's right behind this. And when I first showed up, Playland closed and it opened in 1913. It was a big amusement park. It was basically trying to not duplicate, but do the whole Coney Island meets Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk meets San Francisco's Ocean Beach. For years they were always trying to develop Ocean Beach because it was a hard environment, windy, cold, sandy. So in 1913 they opened it, Playland at the beach. It was an amusement park in 1913. Became Playland in the 1920s. My parents loved it. They used to the Big Dipper, the Fun House, the Diving Bell. By today's standards, lame. The diving bell was lame. It's just a big bell with a cable on it. You get in, shut the door, and it would just dip you underwater. It's pretty lame. The thing that was awesome was, if you ever heard of the Chutes, Chutes, the Chutes, I think they were in Golden Gate Park, where my parents used to talk about, because they were talking about the 1930s, but the Chutes were like wooden flumes, so like almost like a super slide, but really big. And they put you in a little rowboat with water running down. It's basically just like a log ride, right? But you would go out into the water, and you weren't on a track. This was like real old school stuff, man. You were just free balling down this thing and then out into this kind of reservoir. That was the ride, but it was really, really pretty awesome. The Playland at the beaches were, if you remember, it's ice cream. Remember those? Yeah, that's Playland at the beach. My parents love those. I think they're still around. They're pretty good. They're pretty basic. Laughing Sal. It closed in '72. I remember when it closed. It's interesting. It closed, but it didn't really go away. Like, so before Weiss's surf shop was there, before anything was there, it just sort of slowly. When I got there in the late '70s, early '80s. It was still, you could still see vestiges of the roller coaster. It was kind of creepy, like an old Scooby-Doo, right? Where it's kind of the old abandoned amusement park. And then they finally tore it down. I can't remember which years they tore it down in, but a lot of memories for a lot of San Franciscans in that area. And I think I got it all. They closed forever on September 4th, 1972. Okay. And then I got some more surf. That's Point Conception. Beautiful day. This is Leo Carrillo. Guy scored. It's kind of a fun wave. Hero wave, we used to call those, because it's just like, you can't screw that up. This is Malibu. Inside, kind of real close to the pier. And then this is Crystal Cove, Laguna Beach, a little bit of fog. And this, my friends, is Pier 39, opened in 1978. Why'd you show this? Because it's a live camera. Pier 39 in San Francisco, so you're seeing what it looks like out there. But the seals, remember when the seals weren't there at one point. Why'd the seals show up? It was right after the earthquake, the Loma Prieta earthquake. Like within a couple weeks after the Loma Prieta earthquake, all of a sudden the seals started coming in. And I think the marine biologists were saying that the rookeries and, because there were some slides on the beaches. I should know more about this, but they kind of messed up their natural habitat. And again, this was when they were birthing the pups. It's the fall is when the sharks come in, when the seals are pupping, and this was when the earthquake was. And so these seals kind of just flooded into the bay and began getting on boats and sinking boats. It was a whole thing. I should look into that, because it was really interesting how that worked, how they just showed up and everybody was like, whoa. They were trying to get rid of them for the longest time, scaring them away, and then they realized, oh, people want to see them. Okay, that's it.
I hope she's going. It's going to be warm. It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot all day. You know, you gotta say they go. You gotta tell you fasting. And they're gonna have reception. I wonder what the reception's gonna be. Alright. They're gonna be at your house. Like gonna be over there. And so what you home at once and call them. And imagine what you already have. You know, to the mom. And you know, your mom gonna stay home this week. Oh, cause I want to see them know what day was in this. I can see I'm gonna get them ready for tomorrow. You get up from mom, they're gonna be ready for tomorrow. She's gonna have to talk to me.
Hey everybody, Michael Snyder, California Weather Watch. Today is August 25th, and right now we're looking at the infrared satellite imagery. You can see California kind of the top of the image here, and you can see we got two tropical systems out here kind of interfering with each other a little bit, but they both got some nice deep convection. This is Tropical Storm Isel, and it's going to bring some of its moisture up off to its northwest, and some of that will try to make its way back into California. In the meantime, we've got some pretty warm conditions across some of the state. We'll take a look at that, and we'll take a look at what Isel is going to do. Then we'll take a look at the extended forecast and what we can expect as we go on in through the early portion of September. So taking a look here, if you guys want to send me any images you have of you with my gear, I will enter you into a free weather station drawing that I will hold in September. So yeah, it'll be worth it, and I know some of people are out there buying this stuff, and you can check it out. I'll put the link down below as well. So if you want to join that, go ahead and feel free to do so. Again, looking at Isel, and there's Julio out there. It is a tropical storm off to the south, and pretty active Pacific Ocean out there. You can see Lala is still going out there as well, off to the northwest. The White Islands have to hit the Big Island especially hard. So there goes Isel. Not expected to be a hurricane, just a tropical storm, but it's moisture that we're worried about here back into the state of California. But first, let's play through what happened yesterday. I'm going to scroll through that, and you can see we did have some buildups across the higher terrain, though, so there was some thunderstorm activity there. And let me just put the lightning strikes on here as well, and we'll just kind of take a look at that. You can see we did get some off the east slopes of the Sierra Nevada as well, and some thunderstorm activity into northeast California and up across Nevada, portions of Arizona, and then as we go through the overnight hours, that lies back down. And again, we could have a repeat here over the next couple of days, and we'll wait and see what Isel's moisture is going to do. But now looking at what possibly could happen, this is what the Doppler radar may look like as we go through the day today. Again, a few showers popping off, nothing too crazy, mainly across the higher terrain. Then we go through the day on Wednesday, and again, maybe a little bit more coverage there across some of the peninsular range, and you can see some activity up there, maybe towards Las Vegas and portions of Nevada. Maybe a few showers going off across the Sierra Nevada there. But then you can kind of see the Isel's moisture kind of moving in there as we go on into the day Thursday. So this wants to bring this precipitation a little bit sooner than what the European was showing, but you can see it would bring some potential moisture with it. And the bulk of the rainfall is going to fall across the Sierra Nevada, but we could get some into the Great Valley, maybe for Sacramento, some of the Bay Area, maybe the Central Coast, the coastal range will get a little bit of precipitation out of this. It looks like the potential is starting to increase. More on that here in a moment. I just wanted to go over the smoke real quick as well. Looks like the timber fire is still producing out there, but all things considered, we are doing okay. And the problem, though, is that we have some increased risk. And they have a red flag warning out there. You can see there's Los Angeles here, and there's Oxnard and Santa Barbara, and across the higher terrain, the red flag warning. So do be careful. This is in effect from Tuesday all the way on in through Friday afternoon, and these very warm temperatures here, and again, the high risk, fast moving fires if indeed a fire does start. And yeah, you can see these warm temperatures here. Lancaster, look at that. Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles, maybe get up to 100 degrees. Pasadena up over 100. But yeah, check out your location. Let me know what you guys are feeling out there. And if we take a look at San Diego, you can see the temperatures today. Look at San Diego, 86 all the way out towards the coastline. They're 88 tomorrow and extremely warm across some of the interior portions. Look at Riverside, checking in at 107. Even Oceanside, 88 degrees. Anaheim, again, 101. So Phoenix National Weather Service does cover portions of Arizona, and again, extreme heat warning for much of the area here. And you can see there's Lake Havasu City, Parker, 29 Palms, Palm Springs, El Centro, and there's Las Vegas there. And yeah, that extreme heat warning is in the purple there. You can kind of see how it engulfs a lot of southern Arizona up into Nevada and a lot of southern California there as well. So taking a look at what is going on, where there's Izell and there's Julio down there, and there's the ridge kind of keeping us very warm. And Izell's going to be steered by this ridge, but that's not going to stop it from bringing some of its moisture back up into the state of California here as we go through Thursday and probably on into the day on Friday. Maybe another tropical system out there as well. Look at this trough kind of setting up there as we go on into the extended forecast all the way through the early portion of September. That would cool us down here across much of the state, at least temporarily so. And then who knows what this next ridge is going to do, try to build that ridge back up there through the extended forecast. That would really ramp the temperatures back up. But again, we're looking a little bit too far off in the forecast there, so not going to get caught up in that too much. But if we look at Izell, you can kind of see it spinning there. Here it goes, and then it starts to throw some of its moisture on Thursday or Friday back up into the state of California, shown there. Now, if we look at the European, a little bit less bullish initially with some of the moisture as we go through the day Thursday. Notice it doesn't show too much precipitation. Some thunderstorms trying to approach the coastline there. But as we get towards Friday, it does show, excuse me, some of this moisture coming back across the Sierra Nevada, coming towards the coastal areas there as we go through the day on Friday, and that could have some thunderstorm potential with it as well. So we're going to watch for fire starts with that activity there. So there you go. Now, the temperatures is another thing we have to talk about here. We're looking at wet bulb globe temperature index here. And once you get above 80, 84, 88, and 90, you are looking at some very uncomfortable temperatures. So as we go through the day to day, you can kind of see that really ramp up here for Southern California, except right along the immediate coastline there. But yeah, these are very warm conditions. You got to be really careful if you're outside, doing sports, the kids out and about running around, or if you're out doing construction or work in the outdoors. Very warm temperatures here, and this is going to continue for the next few days. And as we go through Wednesday, again, another very warm day. We go through Thursday, same thing. So a pretty extensive heat wave going on all the way through Friday there. And then maybe a little bit of relief here as we go towards the upcoming weekend, but still pretty warm here, all things considered. And if we take a look at this is downtown Los Angeles. So this is that the wet bulb globe temperature index. And you can see moderate, high, and extreme. Extreme is just nasty stuff. I mean, look at that. Maybe today, tomorrow, and then on in through, what is that, Thursday, extreme conditions. And I'm telling you, once you get into the elevated moderate, it's warm enough, but high and extreme is just downright kind of sickening at times. And besides Los Angeles, San Diego International Airport into the high here over the next 5 days as well. This is Bob Hope's Burbank, and you can see 5 days of extreme, very warm conditions out there. This is John Wayne, Orange County, and you can see 5 straight days into the high category there. So the wet bulb globe temperature index has categories, and it's based on your acclimation depending on where you are. Of course, interior areas are going to be acclimated to some warmer conditions there, and there's category 2 and there's category 1 for the coastal areas. And you can also see the wet bulb globe temperature by region there. So no, that didn't like that. So I'll back out and you can see that one more time. But what is the wet bulb globe temperature index? Well, it uses sun angle, cloud cover, uses wind, relative humidity, temperature, and it's measured in the sun. So this is what humans are out there feeling. The heat index is a bit more limited. So now looking at the actual temperatures, and again, you can kind of see we're going to be warm here until we go towards the week, and we start to cool down a little bit this weekend and then a little bit more next week. Again, depending on what that next trough does, but that does cool us down some. So something to look forward to. And now maybe a bit better shown here with the 2-meter temperature anomaly as we go through this week. I mean, my goodness, look at these temperature anomalies. Some places up over 15 degrees above normal for this time of year when we're already really warm here across much of the state of California at this time of year. And then you top that off with 10, 15 degrees above that, and you're looking at some pretty extreme conditions. Now, as we go through this weekend and early portion of next week, you can see we do potentially cool down as we get off in towards next week. That would definitely be a treat there. except for maybe some of extreme coastal areas of Southern California staying above normal. But yeah, a nice trough signal showing there. It's still a ways out there, but we'll just continue to watch it at this point. But at least there's some semblance of hope off into the future. Now, artificial intelligence time. There goes our ridge, still across the Southwest USA. Trough kind of flattens it out as we start in through this weekend, and it stays with us through portions of next week. And then again, it shows kind of that ridging, then redeveloping there as we go through the early portion of September. Now, artificial intelligence, precipitation time. So we do have a couple of days here, some mountain thunderstorm activity. And then as we go through Thursday afternoon, Thursday night, and to Friday, it does show some of that precipitation coming across. And you can't rule out some amounts here. And you got to watch out here because sometimes the models underestimate the strength of some of this activity. So you could get some thunderstorms rolling around Thursday night or on through the day Friday. And again, the bulk of that is going to fall across the Sierra Nevada. But you will notice the clouds coming across the region there as well. So a little bit of a change of pace as we go through Thursday and Friday, and then it wants to throw something fun at us in the extended forecast. We're not going to worry about that right now. That'll change many times coming up. So yeah, if you want to go to the Patreon page there and send me a picture of you with my gear on, and I will enter you for free into a weather station giveaway that I'm going to do in the month of September. Yeah, so check it out. You should be able to access that on chats in the Patreon page. I will leave that link down below. So and if you want a home weather station, you guys know where to go. Click on that link down below to save 10% off. So otherwise, hope you guys are having a good day, and I will catch you guys in tomorrow's forecast.
Good Lord. Is that what is a workball? I never got what a workball means. How sad. Because it's not. It's just stupid. So it's just, what's that too doing in the road? It's just self-saturated. It's really rumbles. Because they probably know that. It was way back.
Secure Securite. All stations, all stations, all stations. This is the United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego, United States Coast Guard Sector San Diego. For Coast Guard Safety Marine Information Broadcast concerning Navy training exercise, listen to channel 1022, 22 Alpha, frequency 157.1 megahertz, out.
Because he knows Rush. Yeah, he's a beaver.
Security. The assault carrier 8 conducting continuous turn to starboard 14 nautical miles west of Oklahoma. West of all concerned traffic remains clear. Security. Assault carrier.
There's not much in It's still keys. It's just okay. Or yes, what is this? I'm just wake up, man. Isn't it? Oh, honey. using less stuff. And not even. No, I see Mason though. No, that's what's funny. I don't know.
Whitehold Pleasure Craft, this is Warship 5-2, Warship 5-2, approximately 1 mile off of your port quarter, hailing you on channel 16, over. Whitehold Pleasure Craft, Crest, you meet me on channel 68, over.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
This is Warship 5-2, just so within of a small.
I think that's where the test. So what did I learn? No, she was what, how like, recently written was, what he said, school. She was a movie. She studied had nothing. Yeah, I think you have to go. Well, yeah, go with something. She's probably like me. She's gonna move her list. Well, she's surprised me, but. gonna play that. Would you like to see?
Aircraft 201 from San Diego on channel 16.
That's her. That's death. Yep. That's definitely her. You tell us. She was last year. I tell you, this is yeah, that's for sure. That's our cousin. This is cool. Oh, I saw violence. You know, the government is more and I can tell that, that's one. She looks like a Z. I know she looks like she looks nothing. Oh, she won 30. Ooh, man. And she won 30. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can have she won. She's cool. That's what I did.
Star 1 on moon.
Well, she was.
Star 1 on moon.
Amazing.
Go for Fox. Foxtrot 1 on moon, depart from RB, heading to north side of Millfield to conduct dive operations. Foxtrot, copy.
Canala, Dehradun.
Station calling Canala.
Yeah, Canala, this is Storm Dehradun. 06, please.
Small white power driven vessel, this is Warship 36, approximately 2 nautical miles off of your port beam, hailing you on channel 16, over. Morning, Captain, requesting meeting outside of 272, over.
Come on, that's some build. And what's not in here? Building. What helps with the yeah, more than that. I really like this. No, Okay, cool. This is well, yeah, it's a little thing. Well, also. Oh, this is lock up. You lock up. Lock up. They don't want to work. You can't make me. I know whether you like it or not. I don't want. That's the okay, yeah. Now I feel everything back. But it's bad. Then they give me milk too. Yeah. No, the rabbit there is too sweet. Way too much. Oh, we gotta keep the big up. I mean, I can. What did I use? Yeah, I can't do the shaggies. Yeah, I can't do all shaggy. You just can't. No. Well, you get to the age where you're going,
Diego Bait Barge, San
yeah,
Diego Bait Barge, pick me up. Diego Bait Barge, San Diego Bait Barge, pick me up.
like the bag. Oh, that's why I was thinking that it didn't even wait. Try this. No, sure there's no apple. Oh my goodness.
Northwest Point Level, request all concerned traffic remain clear. Secure day, secure day, secure day. Assault carrier 8 conducting continuous turn to starboard, 12 nautical miles west of Point Level. Request all concerned traffic remain clear. Assault carrier 8 in. Out.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, no. Look. Oh my God, you're in the small areas. Oh, you mean, okay, yeah, it's small areas. Well, it's actually really dry out. Yeah, we can I'll take you in the well, yes. Yeah. I mean, well, sure, we did that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. Oh no. Oh, no, these people get no, so you can actually do it. That might be better. Oh, well, the ocean. Well, I don't know. I think it's different now. No, it's more tonight evening breakfast. And nothing at all. Maybe just like cows. Gotta be careful watching the I mean, I want to get some medium breakfast. Yeah, I like oh, but they don't look like the milk. Okay, yeah, and then said, somebody gets just some. It's kind of, I think, it's more, it's pretty sure, it's all over. Just some medium breakfast. I don't know. It's fun. I really like it. You might be doing this thing. Come on. Crash. Every time I do this, crash. Fuck. Okay. Pine trees here. Right on pine trees.
Motor vessel Costco Oceania, San Pedro traffic, channel 16. Switch and answer, channel 14.
Okay, so it's my camera. I can't run it. I can't run it.
High count, this is Coast Guard Sector San Diego on 16, go ahead.
I know what I gotta do.
Vessel high count, this is Coast Guard Sector San Diego on channel 16, go ahead, Captain. Vessel high count, this is Coast Guard Sector San Diego on channel 16, how do you read me, Captain?
Yeah, oh, and trust. Yes. I got it. Live stream with isn't it all done? Weird. This That's on like my no Pino, gun. That's what I figured out. That's what I figured out. No,
Vessel high count, Coast Guard Sector San Diego on Channel 16. Go ahead, Captain.
Security, security, security. This is Assault Carrier 8, conducting continuous turns to starboard 10 nautical miles west of Point Loma. Request all concerned traffic remain clear. Security, security. 10 nautical miles west of Point Loma. Request all concerned traffic remain clear. This is Assault Carrier 8, standing by on Channel 16. Out.
Vessel high count, this is Coast Guard Sector San Diego on Channel 16. How do you read? Vessel high count, vessel high count.
Starboard 10 nautical miles west of Point Loma. Request all concerned traffic remain clear. Security, security, security. Concerned, starboard 10 nautical miles west of Point Loma. Request all concerned traffic remain clear. This is Assault Carrier 8, standing by. Out.
Well, I get salty.
Security, security, security. This is Saw Carrier 8, conducting continuous turns to starboard, 10 nautical miles west of Point Loma.
This is Beaver 1. My gate is closed. We're going to head back in RV.
On station. Control bridge, you're going to want to shut the HCR door. Control bridge. Coming now. Control bridge, Cisco forward. Personal control bridge, visual from the St. Clair.
That's 10 is 4. You can always have to verify, I wasn't heard. Okay, all clear, so can you control the guy.
Assault carrier 8, 10 miles west of Point Loma. Conducting continuous turns to starboard. All vessels, please stay well clear. This is Assault carrier 8, standing by at channel 16 south.
Lots done. He's on my starboard beam.
We got nothing. You guys have a good one.
Offgoing Bravo Papa 3-1, this is oncoming. If you guys don't have anything, you're good.
We don't got nothing, brother. Take it easy.
Securite. This is Assault Carrier 8, 10 miles west of Starboard. All vessels remain well clear. Securite. This is Assault Carrier 8, 10 miles west of Point Loma. We are currently conducting continuous turns to starboard. All vessels remain well clear. This is Assault Carrier 8 standing by on channel 16. Out.
captain of Amazing Grace for about 5 years before I delivered. Got lots of time coming up here in the next month or so.
Ensenada VTS, this is 1 Orinoco calling.
San Diego Pilot, this motor vessel NOCC Adriatic, call sign Lima Alpha Yankee November 8 on channel 12. San Diego Pilot, this is motor vessel NOCC Adriatic, call sign Lima Alpha Yankee November 8.
Security call San Diego. Tug Ian Tillett will be stringing out her tow off buoy 21. Be outbound for C. Ian Tillett, 1613.
San Diego Pilot sa NOCC Adriatic. San Diego Pilot, NOCC Adriatic. San Diego Pilot, this is motor vessel NOCC Adriatic, call sign Lima Alpha Yankee November 8. San Diego Pilot, this is motor vessel NOCC Adriatic, call sign Lima Alpha Yankee November 8.
Control 1. Control 1, copy.
Security. This is Assault. Nautical miles west of Texas. Request all concerned traffic remain well clear. Security. This is Assault Carrier 8, conducting continuous turns to starboard. Request all concerned traffic remain well clear. This is Assault Carrier 8, standing by on channel 16. Out.
Control 1. It is. Control 1, copy. Benjamin Bottom, small boat, this is Control 1. Can you head to Pier 8 so that the beaver boat can let you guys through?
Security. This is Assault Carrier 8, conducting continuous turns to starboard 10 nautical miles west of Point Loma. Request all concerned traffic remain well clear. Security. This is Assault Carrier 8, conducting continuous turns to starboard 10 nautical miles west of Point Loma. Via Channel 1.
We just heard a really loud noise. What was that?
Ensenada VTS, this is 1 Orinoco. Ensenada VTS, this is 1 Orinoco calling.
Control 1 copy.
Peregrine, we left them about a half hour ago at 39 and 18.8. Roger. We're done for the day.
Fine.
39-1, 18-8. We'll be back out 2 tomorrow.
Security. Assault carrier 8, conducting continuous turns to starboard, 2 miles west of Point Loma. West all vessels remain well clear. This is Assault carrier 8 standing by on channel 16, out.
Request you repeat your last. Bye, Hogan. Litter with backboard.
swarming exit with island barrier.
Send it for 2-1. Copy. What gate? Copy.
Security. This is Assault. 10 miles west of Point Loma. Requesting that all vessels remain well clear. Security. This is Assault Carrier 8 and conducting continuous turns to starboard 10 miles west off of Point Loma. All vessels please remain well clear. This is Assault Carrier 8 standing by on channel 16 out.
Star 1 down moon.
Security, all stations.
Star 1.
Coast Guard sector Los Angeles, Coast Guard sector Los Angeles. Safety Marine information broadcast, small craft advisory, shift and listen channel 2
copy.
1022, frequency 157.1 megahertz out.
We are not coming back.
course. Have a great day.
Security, RC3, reporting Navy Base Point Loma, and authorized please pulled out and make concerned traffic assembly 1316.
See, I want to see some dollars. Let's try. Very as well as well do something. This is how this. Yeah, I don't know what yeah, why did the camps use the countries? Like for this and then just rotate and then getting all of this way. That's exactly been getting all of those. But that's gonna reverse my getting. It's gonna be interesting. This is gonna be. Yeah, this is gonna be very interesting. I mean, they say they won't. Yes, I'm never going to tell. I never do. What's going on?
Ensenada VTS, this is 1 Orinoco calling.
Oh, the vehicle.
Foxtrot, this is... Answer VTS, this is 1 Orinoco.
Kevin, you guys on this channel? Up 3-1.
This is Beaver 1.
Do you know, are those port ops boats coming back in?
No, they're not. They're done for the day.
Good copy, thank you.
Roger.
See him standing there. Savannah, sorry.
No, sorry.
nautical miles off your bow, hailing on channel 16, over. AN Tillet, this is U.S. Warship 184.7 nautical miles off your bow, hailing on channel 16, over.
No, just testing. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
AN Tillet, this is Warship 184.5 nautical miles off your bow, hailing on channel 16, over.